Just like yesterday, every time we turn up, no matter what time, something is firing up, ready to go. Every time, not even ready. But I'm, oh my word, we've got something else as well. Look at this, I haven't even done the intro. Oh well, this is the new intro to Mildenhall departures. Welcome. Very, very surprised I got here early so I can set up. It's been a while. We haven't been here since January the 22nd. We've got a KC-135 as well. Look at this, it's all go here. KC-135, we've just had a C-130 go out, now we've got a KC-135, the square D, letting you know that it's part of the bloody 100th. Smells delicious. Of the bloody 100th lives on. The bloody 100th is the ongoing nickname. one of the 4 original 100th Bomb Group squadrons survived today, the 351st Bomb Squadron, which today, of course, a very different role, are now the 351st Air Refeuling Squadron, and the 100th Bomb Group achieved wing status in the 50s, serving under the 3rd Air Force, USAFE, United States Air Force in Europe, and today they still fly the only Second World War marking that's flown officially and operationally. The square D of the 100th still survives today, the Air Refueling wing of the 100th. The legacy lives on here, not far from their original station 139, Thorpe Abbots. But today they play a very, very different role. Welcome to the show. I haven't even got Ted with me yet. Well, there we go. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We are live here at finally at Mildenhall. The light being a bit sharp, but it's fine. We'll deal with the light. It can only get better, right? I'll be right back, so I've just got some finishing off to do to set up. So I'll be right back, 1 second. It's me, Ted.
still here, though.
I'm still here. Just got one more thing to do, and that is actually, just doing it now. I haven't actually done my sound check, so if I don't sound okay, oh dear, good old Mildenhall. I've got to love it here though. I've missed it very much. So. Dubbed as Childenhall as well. To the show. How we doing? My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator, and welcome back. Which a dearly missed Mildenhall, I can tell you that much. It's been sorely missed to be here, and it's so good to be here. Just looking around me now, just taking it all in. One thing that is missing are the CV-22 Osprey, so we won't be seeing them, I don't think, today, unless there's a couple round the back, which there are occasions where we've seen them, but as far as I can see, that's a negative on that part. But plenty of KC-135s when I drove through. Welcome to Team Mildenhall, as it's called, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Home, of course, as mentioned earlier, of the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, with their single surviving squadron of the 100th Bomb Group. The legacy lives on with the 351st. We've also got the 352nd Special Operations Wing. The flying component is the 752nd Special Ops Group. Two squadrons, the 7th Special Operations Squadron, who fly the CV-22 Osprey, and the 67th Special Operations Squadron, who fly the MC-130J Commando 2 and the C-146 Wolfhound. I hope I can remember all those. We've also got a detachment of the 95th, and I'll tell you now, they have an extremely rich history. Goodness me, there goes a hair across the runway. Well, there's actually quite a few. The 95th Reconnaissance Squadron, they fly a variety of RJs, and what I mean by that is the RC-135s. There are a few variants that we'll see. They're part of the 55th wing, based at Offutt Air Force Base. Not everything here is part of the 8th Air, sorry, not everything here is part of the 3rd Air Force, aka part of USAFE. Not everything here. Hence, they don't have the square D on the CV-22 Osprey. They don't have it on the MC-130J, for example. It's only anything to do. But they will tell you here that is one team, and that is Team Mildenhall. So it has a variety, and it's got a lot of history here. Where I tried to connect the SR-71 Blackbird along with the Vickers Wellington, because both were the first to operate in the UK here. All right, I'm not saying the SR-71 was first operating here in the world. No, that's the what I'm saying. It's just the connection between the Vickers Wellington. This was its first home in 1938. That's where it began operationally, and where the SR-71, as far as I know, began operations in the UK as Detachment 4. Pretty sure, right? Didn't go to Fairford or anything, did it? If that is the case, do let me know. Just like Lakenheath, naturally, the station here, the military air traffic zone, is combined into what's called a CMATS. They both interlink together. Okay, normally you've got like a radius, I think it's 5 miles, you know, the military air traffic zone. But because they kind of interlink, because they're that close to each other, they form what's called a CMATS, and it is RAPCON at Lakenheath Tower that actually manage the Mildenhall traffic. There are, the Mildenhall Tower is manned. There are frequencies around to use by ground, for example, for engine runs, operational information, but the actual managing of the skies and traffic is done by Lakenheath Tower, RAPCON. Radar approach control. Mildenhall is 24 hours, and a very, very warm welcome once again back to the Nook campsite. Now, I'm going to big up this place because there's a couple of my friends that have stayed here for the first time, and the Nook campsite is a campsite. However, plus it's extremely reasonably well priced. Okay, there's our good friend from Liverpool who stayed here first time, and when he told me the price, I thought that is excellent. Okay, I think there's hookups, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but there's caravans here, there's motorhomes here, there's people just with tents here, but one of the benefits I love about this place is that it's you can view aircraft, and there is a timetable. You can't night view here, you can't stay overnight or anything like that. There are, I think, do check the times when you drive in. You pay on arrival, and just to make this absolutely clear, it's not £2 per car, it's £2 per person, which that's all day viewing, and you don't have to stay on the campsite. Does that make sense? So you don't have to be staying at the campsite to come and view the aircraft. I think it's amazing. Mildenhall doesn't have a like an aircraft or a bird viewing area anymore. It used to many years ago, I think in the 80s. You can still see it along the main road. But a big shout out to John. This is also known as John's Field, but it is part of the Nook campsite. Please stay in this vicinity. I'll show you around. Don't go onto the farmer's field, please don't. Just try not to ruin it. You do have a platform. There are toilets designated for spotters. It will tell you which one it's got a number. Just follow that. It's easy. So you pay on arrival, and please make sure you pay on arrival. Otherwise, you'll be in a little bit of bother. Trust me, you don't want to be that person. So £2 per person all day. There is a pay on arrival. It is locked as well when it's finished with, so if the gates are locked, it means it's not open. In adverse weather, the gates are usually closed for outside viewing, just to protect the land, because it is just such a beautiful field. They've done a wonderful job here. So, and I'm not being funny, this is the best, for me, this is, right, for ease. Okay, I know, I appreciate there's hardcore photographers out there that have spots, and they are exceptionally brilliant spots. Yes, I get it, but this is a great spot where you can just drive in and just relax. Okay, it's great, and I think for £2 per person, I think it's wonderful. It's a really good thing. There's even a trailer, so you can have a little elevated view as well. Do bring ladders, but it is a chain link fence, so you can stand back a little bit. Actually, the further back you are for arrivals, it's actually quite good, depending on which runway's in use. But welcome, welcome, and welcome. So yeah, please take your litter home as well. All right, that's another thing. Because the last thing we need is this place to not exist, because this is, for me, the most accessible place where you can just view aircraft here at Mildenhall. warm welcome, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, good day, wherever you're watching from in the world. We've got Mayhem Marshy, Davey, Dieter, Wibbs, Dr. Soda, Simon Watchell, Margot Baxter, David Robinson, all the way to you. Simon Watchell, how you doing, man? Mark Moody, Davey there, getting excited about yesterday's photos. Dave Holloway as well. Dieter, how you doing? Babzar, welcome back. Bev, there's Bev there. Bev 2810, regards to Lynn. Babzar, regular, thank you very much. Spanner Flight, how you all doing? Award Ace, how you doing? Sally Cullum, welcome to the show, everyone. And again, it's windy once more. And do you know what? Sorry if it's graphic, but sometimes the wind scoops under my eyelids and tries to flip them over. It sounds disgusting, but sometimes the wind gets underneath my viewfinder and it tries to flip my eyelid. It's horrible. It's just, oh, yuck. Yeah. I'll leave you with that. Quite a few massive hairs, and it's off. It's like a road runner, isn't it? Well, line up and wait. These buildings here, original World War II. I've got a photo of these with Wellington bombers flying over. It's absolutely sensational shot, a great photo. And I've had the pleasure of standing just over there and to be shown the original hangars. It's amazing, from World War II. There's our square D again. I will talk to you about the squares, the triangles and the circles and the letters, what they mean. That hair is doing its best to make sure it's the star of the show. Mildenhall was once one of the largest bomber stations in the country. A big shout out to all our friends at Mildenhall who work here. Big shout out to all of you, and of course those that we don't know, thank you for what you do as well. But I've got a few awesome crew that we've met during our adventures with the Ted Coningsby channel. The running man, bless him, he's no longer here. He's moved on to another station. Can't tell you where, but he's moved on to another station, still with the Air Force. So best of luck. And I think another good friend, which is really cool actually, another service personnel that we've met here He's been promoted, so congratulations to him as well. And I met both of them here on the same day. They came and made their way in their own time on their break to meet Ted and I and have some photos, and it was great. It was really amazing. It was quite touching what they said to me as well, the fact that we form a bridge so that their families can, okay, they can't see them, like, you know, as in the faces on here. Well, one, even if we could do that, we wouldn't anyway. But it was nice that they said their families in America could watch them, or at least watch where they work and know that they're safe. And I love that. That was such a nice thing. Here we are. Yeah, Babzar, he was absolute legend, wasn't he? Are you the guy with the bear? He says, doing his running. Bless him. Yeah, that was great. That when we first, yeah, brilliant, good memories, isn't it? Things like that, and then he took me onto the station and gave me a little tour, and we got Claire Bear to run the show while I was away. Morning to you, Luke. How you doing? So there is a KC-135 pinging on the ground on ADSB, so you never know, that might resort to a departure, who knows. It is a chilled out station, but with literally full of surprises. I've missed being here. It feels weird being here again, which is in a nice way. I feel rusty with my history, but I'll get back to you on that. How we're doing, ladies, gents, steady fans? Hope we're all good and well. Right, I'm actually just absorbing all of this in because I haven't been here since January. I looked, I think it was January the 22nd our last stream here, and I went to come and do a stream, but there was so much rain that the field was closed off for vehicles, so we went to where did we go? I think we went to Marham, and it was a good day actually. There was all sorts going on, so it was a good switch. Marham's quite useful being close to Mildenhall and Lakenheath. Should something happen that there's no flying, at least you've got Marham not too far away. Well, they are using runway 10 here at Mildenhall. Quite nice for arrivals as well here. So, a big oi to everyone. How we doing? Hope we're all good. Yeah, nice one. Yeah, thank you to our fighter squadron as well. Hope you're all enjoying the fighter squadron with the additional content that you get. There's some good stuff there, and of course the fighter squadron patch. God, it's a little bit breezy, but it's not too bad. It's the gusts that are the harshest, and it's just a constant breeze, which I can deal with better than the punchy gusts. They're the ones that kind of throw you off balance. Not good for your posture. I noticed Ted's not been on yet. I will get him. I'm a bit concerned about his beret. That noise now you can hear. That is the state of the wind. It's not good, is it, Ted? No, mate. Listen to that. Ted's verdict. No. But welcome to the show. Ted's still excited. He's doing a guards march. Just out of general guards march to Team Mildenhall here. That's his new move, man. I don't know, it's like I don't know, it's a bit like Super Mario. I don't know what I'm talking about half the time, but there we go. it's a nice day, really. Blue skies all over the place. There's not many clouds. I can't see many clouds at all, really. It's just a lovely day. Hope we're all good and well, and hopefully we get some more movement. What was it? 1 hour? It's one movement an hour here, wasn't it? That we kind of like just gave ourselves some sort of average. It means nothing, but it gives you some sort of false sense of security, right? A false sense of you know, what's happening next. But of course, this is military, and nothing ever is ever publicised, given to the public like that. But there we go. Keep your eyes peeled, because you can get some unexpected visitors. We've had some, I think the most bizarre, because I get asked what's the most bizarre sort of visitor. It was indeed the missed pickup. That's right, the PBY, the Catalina. I know, it just did a low approach across here. I mean, that for me is probably the most random aircraft I've ever come across on a low approach. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. And, just hanging on a little bit, not too bad, but keeping our eyes peeled on ADSB as well. We do have a KC-135 pinging on the ground. Yeah, it was, I mean, Ted's had a flight in the Catalina. That would have been funny to see him do a low approach across here on his journey. That was lovely, that. So Ted's actually been in quite a few displays, because it was actually a display in the Catalina at Duxford. Lakenheath, really busy across the road. The neighbours doing their things. doing, ladies and teddy bears? So yes, the 100th Air Refueling Wing is one of 10 units that flies and is assigned under the 3rd Air Force. It's a product of an 80-year legacy as well, the 3rd Air Force. Other units include the 31st Fighter Wing, the 406th Air Expeditionary Wing, Lakenheath's 48th Fighter Wing, the 435th Air Ground Operations Wing, the 86th Airlift Wing, the 39th Air Base Wing, the 52nd Fighter Wing, the 501st Combat Support Wing, which I believe was here and it's now at Fairford, or a bit of both. They were once upon a time at Alconbury, but moved to Mildenhall as far as I know, and then potentially at Fairford. And the Papa Air Force Base, or Papa Air Base in Hungary, the 3 C-17s of the Heavy Airlift Wing as well. It started life as the Southeast Air District, and it was redesignated as the 3rd Air Force on March the 26th, 1941. A lot of these aviation activations happened, such as the first aviation objectives, which was 54 activations, one of them being the 48th Fighter, or the Bombardment Group, as they started out first of all. They were one of the first 4 original numbered air forces. 3rd Air Force was activated as the Southeast Air District of the United States Army Air Corps, and that was on as far back as December the 18th, 1940, and that was at MacDill Air Force Base, for those that like to know that. But its HQ is out at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. They are summed up by another D, actually, ironically. 3 Ds of the 3rd Air Force. It is develop, defend, deliver, if you want me to sort of elaborate a bit more. So develop, so airmen and their families are their greatest resource, so they take deliberate actions to develop them as the group, as individuals. They also focused on confronting global challenges in support of national defence strategy to defend the country and the Allies. Now, through their dedicated efforts, they deliver peace to the nation and its allies by fostering stability and deterring aggression throughout Europe and Africa. And that's also one thing to make sure that you know, is that the Ramstein Air Base in Germany, the HQ there of the 3rd Air Force, their USAFE is also integrated with United States Air Forces in Africa as well. You never know, might do a stream out in Africa. Not sure how Ted will be with the animals out there. I'm not sure. Startup, actually. You hear that? Definitely a startup, right? Unless it's Tom Cruise in his super bike. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Yeah, so there is kind of like an interlink between sort of the mighty 8th Air Force and the United States Air Force in Europe, or USAFE. That's what the letter E stands for, if you ever see the United States Air Force with the letter E, so USAFE, that's how they say it. And it's really interesting to understand that it's kind of entwined, especially in the in the roles that they played, because just like when we tell you at Lakenheath, it was indeed on January the 1st, 1941, that the first aviation objective began, which I mentioned. It was 54 activations in preparation of a just in case, because Europe was already at war. Okay, it was already in 2 years in, and the idea was a just in case, and things were also brewing up in the Pacific as well, as we know, with the events that happened at Pearl Harbor. So it was kind of lucky that they that they started to build and get a military going as far as aviation's concerned. And of course it happened on the 7th of December 1941. Now, a year later, on the 19th of January 1942, the 8th Air Force established, and it established as the 8th, there's Tom Cruise, of the 8th Bomber Command. Now, a month later, in February, they activated at Langley Field in Virginia, and a few days later, on the 10th of February of 1942, they were reassigned to Savannah Army Air Base in Georgia. Now, the preparations began to move units to the UK. Now, I know we talk about the 48th when we're at Lakenheath, but one thing to notice, that the 48th actually became quite important part of the training aspect, because they were a training unit. What that means is, although they had squadrons, once they trained the airmen, they didn't stay with the 48th, they moved on, if that makes sense. They were kind of like a huge OCU, so to speak. So on the 23rd of February 1942, the advanced detachments were established. And on the 17th of March 1942, one thing to remember, that the Augsburg raid began. And the reason why I mention that is because, the idea of Lancasters was a great thing, and it was much loved by Arthur Harris, or the Chief Air Marshal Harris. He loved that Lancaster, and he believed that this could be it. The Lancaster could be the way to doing the daylight raids. They could do it, and they wanted to also prove a point that they can get into Germany in daylight. Now, the mighty 8th at the time were training their airmen to bomb by day, and it was claimed, okay, that they could bomb precision bombing, and that they could actually drop a bomb in a pickle barrel, as it was called. Okay, but of course the Augsburg raid, in a way, yes and no. Okay, the factory that they went to destroy, which was the Man factory, which actually made the engines for these for the U-boats, it wasn't really hardly destroyed. The idea was to bottleneck it, due to the fact that they were causing all sorts of problems, the U-boats, hence the Battle of Atlantic, because they kept sinking our supplies, our merchant ships. They kept sinking, supplies from that we needed, like resources and stuff like that. Now, RAF Bomber Command at RAF Dawes Hill and High Wycombe formed as well. They were already there. They were already formed in 1936. So it was quite interesting to fit this in with the mighty 8th, which I'll explain. Now, on the 9th of June 1942, the 97th Bomb Group arrived at Polebrook and Grafton Underwood, and then the following month, in July, in fact 4th of July 1942, the first raid of the 8th, of the mighty 8th, at Station 110 at Bomber Command began. It was 6 Douglas Bostons, the United States Air Force's A-20 Havoc, and also the 15th Bomb Squadron Light with 6 of 226 Squadron's Bostons. Now, on the 17th of August 1942, from Grafton Underwood, Station 106, the first all-American raid began with 12 B-17s. Goodness me, that's windy. The target was to attack the marshalling yards. The lead aircraft, Butcher Shop, piloted by Colonel Frank, A. Armstrong, and co-pilot by Squadron Commander of the 340th, Captain P.W. Tibbets. Now you may know that name because Captain P.W. Tibbets flew Enola Gay to Hiroshima. Also in the flight, in the B-17E, it was indeed Yankee Doodle, which was co-piloted by Second Lieutenant John R. Dowswell. Now you may know these names, and also pilot of that was Captain Rudolph Emil Rudy Flack, I know, who was Squadron Commander of the 414th, who was also on board. Also on board as well was Brigadier General Ira C. Eaker. I know, big names here, man. And Ira Eaker was the commander of the 8th Bomber Command. On the 22nd of February 1944, they redesignated commands to US Strategic Air Forces in Europe. So acronym, what, USAF. So we're getting close here now to what we have as a United States Air Forces in Europe. And USAF was the 8th Bomber Command. Sorry, just trying to hang on here. So 8th Bomber Command, and then also to 8th Air Force. Okay, that is what is happening here. And on the 7th of August 1945, USAF were redesignated to USAFE. So you can see the kind of like the evolution of USAFE. The HQ was at Lindsay Air Station in, I'll try and pronounce it, Wiesbaden. And they were also assigned to them the 8th Fighter and 8th Air Support Command as well. So it's amazing how these things just kind of developed from history. It really is amazing. So we're also talking about the mighty 8th kind of taking on that role of being the, you know, kind of like the root of USAFE in some ways as well. Try and hang on in there. So a few names to digest there. There's quite a few big names, wasn't there? Absolutely amazing. Just trying to hang in there. Man, the wind's just got a bit punchy. So it was General Carl Spaatz who, with the return to England, commanded USAF. Major General Jimmy Doolittle commanded the 15th Air Force, and Lieutenant Ira C. Eaker. And Doolittle's directive was win the air war and isolate the battle. That was Doolittle's directive. Big week as well, massive things that USAFE took part in. Big week, February, the night of the 19th of February into the 25th of 1944. Which the RAF bombed by day. It was clockwork bombing. The RAF bombed by day, and the United States Army Air Force, the mighty 8th, bombed by day. And the thing is, the Royal Air Force, although bombing at night, harder to be attacked upon, but the targets were harder because you were going at night. Whereas the mighty 8th were bombing by day, easy to see the targets, but then so were you. So the 8th Air Force, with their 1,000 B-17s and B-24s and 800 fighters, the RAF provided the P-51s and Spitfires as well. 12 aircraft factories attacked on the 19th into the 20th. Leipzig was the target. They attacked Ju-88 plants, FW-190 plants, and 109 plants. Losses of big week: 131 RAF bombers, 226 United States Army Air Force bombers, 28 fighters, total 2,000 men lost or captured.
Amongst that, 262 German fighters were destroyed, 250 aircrew casualties, and 100 pilots killed in action. It is amazing that we should never forget these numbers, ladies, gents, teddy bears. D-Day as well, 6th of the 6th, 1944. You know, total for the mighty 8th, 26,000 killed, 6,200 aircraft lost, 28,000 captured. And then of course you got the Pacific, Strategic Air Command, the Korean War, the Cold War, the Vietnam War, operations in Iraq. It goes on and on and on. And then of course you got the legacy of the 100th Bomb Group. You know, on their first sortie, their first ever sortie when they arrived here, they lost 3 B-17s. That's 30 men killed, just like that. Right, I think we may have a departure coming up for you. Pretty sure I heard a startup. So a major station here, because today they have a diverse range of aircraft. They have Special Operations Command here as well, part of AFSOC with the CV-22 Ospreys. They will get you out of trouble. They are hardcore. I've seen them train. It's pretty amazing stuff. To see them in their CV-22s with the 7th Special Ops. You don't mess with them and they'll get you out of trouble no matter where you are, even if you're in a non-posh, hostile environment. And then you've got the mighty MC-130Js as well, Commando 2s. If you need a gas station in the sky, you've got your 100th Air Refeuling Wings 351st. They're there. If you need some intel, then you've got the 95th Reconnaissance Detachment here as well. Absolutely amazing. The whole thing is just remarkable. And then of course you've got the senior chap, one man, I believe he's in his 70s, and he specialises in propellers, props for the C-130s. I know, he specialises in that, and he's your man. He'll analyse every single nook and cranny, every ridge, every fibre in that propeller. Amazing. I was fascinated when I was here. I was really fascinated. I believe he's still here. But yeah, of all the 4 squadrons, the 349th, 350th, 351st and the 418th bomb squadrons, the only one that operates today is here. They even had a spell at Brize Norton with the B-47s on a rotational deployment as well during the Strategic Air Command. That was quite fascinating. But they arrived here in 92, February, with their KC-135s. But we'll give you all that in just a moment. I'm hoping there is a KC-135 on the move. I don't know if it's taxiing or it's just my ADSB, you know, on the old on the blink, as they say. But we've had a good morning already. I mean, the minute I got here, I pressed the button, we had a C-130 depart, and then we had KC-135 go out. I think it's out in the tow line 8, which you can see. I think it's Nacho call sign. Call signs you get here, you can get Nacho, lager, as in a lager, as in a beer, hobo. What else is there? I've gone blank. Lager's probably quite a popular one. Lager, hobo, Nacho, quid. That's the other one. That's the one I couldn't remember. Quid. That's a good one. How we all doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? It's so good to be back here. It's just lovely. It's amazing. I love it here. It's so good. Really is fascinating, and just everywhere you look, there's history all over the place. Even from the original, the iconic water towers. Of course, when you start having crew and you need water supply, you're going to need to increase the pressure. So you have water towers. This is a sort of a design that was around in the 30s. They do vary in structure, even the one at Conington as well for Glatton. That's a very interesting classic 30s sort of style design as well. The iconic water towers. Got bowling over there. You've got a bowling alley just amongst those trees as well over there. Pretty cool. Hard stand for the EOR, or the platform for the CV-22 Ospreys, looking bare at this precise moment in time, but hopefully we'll welcome them back very, very soon. Got the wonderful square D there on the tower, and it's the only operational World War II marking still used today operationally. You may see some on aircraft, like a square, triangle, or a triangle, or even a circle, depends on the actual wing itself. That's flown for like more of an anniversary or ceremonial retro purpose, but here they have been allowed to actually fly it operationally as well. Pretty amazing. So we've got lots to go through today, which will be quite good. Looking forward to that, and it's going to help me remember all the bits and pieces Lots of cool diagrams to show you. Anything you want to know about the airfield, just do give us a shout, do holler, and I'll do my best to answer it for you. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions about the aircraft. Hopefully we'll give you a full spec of the of what's happening. I do believe there is, from what I heard, very, very briefly, I did hear a startup, I'm pretty sure I did. Woo, you can hear that wind blowing. So we've got a KC-135 taxiing now for runway 10. I mean, the legendary KC-135, it's been around for a long time, for I nearly said donkey's years, and it's funny because Jake, the call sign for the one of the RJs, has a connection, especially with the 95 Aero Squadron back in the days, but that's for another story when I can link that up. But the aircraft that we're about to see departing very shortly, first flight was on the 31st of August of 1956. The legendary Boeing KC-135 Stratotanker, an air refueling tanker that can refuel for the probe or boomstick style air-to-air refueling. And it was developed from the Boeing 367-80 prototype along with the Boeing 707 as well. It was literally introduced to the battlefield in June of 1957. and it was the first ever jet-powered refueling tanker. Replaced the KC-97 Stratotanker, if you can remember that one. The KC-135. It's started life straight in the deep end, supporting the strategic bombers that was used extensively during the Vietnam War. It is literally a Vietnam War veteran, this aircraft as well, and it's been in pretty much every conflict ever since, such as Operation Desert Storm, and even in more recent times as well. Also had a little buddy as well, the KC-10 extender, if you remember that. That was a legendary aircraft as well. The KC-135 introduced to also support Strategic Air Command, which I have been fortunate to have lots of memorabilia militaria from there, but also ended up in the Southeast Asia theatre as well, as we know. And it had the ability to support a variety of aircraft. It was mid-air refueling F-105s, F-4s, B-52s, refueling US Air Force, US Navy, USN Marine Corps. Excuse me, sorry about that. But she is a beaut, and she's such a good looking aircraft. Is it that time already for hay fever? Great. Sorry about that, excuse me. But even to the F-35s, it can do them. It could also be, the rear could be attached with a boomstick, or the long hose, or the basket, the drogue. But it could also be fitted with two refueling pods underneath, so you could have a total of around 3. It is powered by 4 CFM International F-108s. They produce 21,600 pounds of thrust each, so that's you got to times that by 4, which is absolutely amazing. Can actually take 200,000 pounds of fuel, or 90,718 kilos, or in US gallons, that's 29,850 US gallons. Empty weight, here we go. So empty weight is 98,392 pounds. Can also take 80 passengers as well. Can even take some pallets, 6 of the 463 litre pallets as well. The length of it, so let's get some dimensions. It's got a length of 136 feet 3 inches with a wingspan of 130 feet and 10 inches. Wow. Okay, here she comes. forget to download your Brize Bingo cards, the Mildenhall edition. Take part in that. You can download the cards for free. I think there are 6 cards to choose from for each. Sly Fox, if you got that on your cards. So the nose arts were originally on the B-17s of the 100th Bomb Group, which is absolutely amazing to still fly them today. this is an air refueling tanker. This is a gas station of the sky, for those wondering. Its purpose is to air-to-air refuel and support and extend the range endurance of other aircraft, such as fighters of the United States Air Force and Royal Air Force and allies as well. It will support Royal Air Force. There is a myth about them not being able to. Yes, they can. They can air-to-air refuel in various tow line areas, air-to-air refueling areas around the country and of course around the world, but we have tow line areas where they'll go and assist for air-to-air refueling. Goodness me, it is awful up here. Again, no aircraft can just even start up without clearance from air traffic controllers. Even vehicles, contractors, BT, Openreach, electricians, plumbers, fire crew, emergency crew, aircraft, everything needs clearance to move from one section to another. You cannot move or even start up or even shut down or taxi back without clearance from ATC. The reason why it's here could be infinite. Troubleshooting, change of plan, waiting for another aircraft, waiting for traffic above the skies to just move on. Anything. They could be troubleshooting, they could be waiting for another aircraft, they could be waiting for Lakenheath, they could be waiting for anything. Just enjoy it while it's here. Otherwise you'll be going, when's the next aircraft? Well, just enjoy it, it's here for longer. Just enjoy it. But ultimately, absolutely, they are waiting for clearance, okay? So there could have been a plan that's changed and they need clearance for a new plan. So for example, say it was going low level, just saying, and the weather there is bad, so they've had to change a plan, they're going to go somewhere else. They can't just fly anywhere they want, they need to submit a plan and it needs to be cleared. So the likes of Swanwick, or it depends where they're going at the end of the day, but it all needs clearance, everything needs clearance, and that ensures ultimately one thing: safety. Have a safe flight. Woo, yeah, oh my gosh. Oh. Aspen, how you doing, man? Hope you're well. Oh, hello. How are you? Oh, thank you. I'll have that with my tea. Thanks, man. Here we go. Oh my word, I might actually take off. I might, and I haven't got clearance. Oh my word. Please use the whole runway. Come on, come over here. smells amazing. Send it. Up here. Oh. That wind then was just tragic, man. Oh, goodness me, I thought I was gonna. I had to zoom out because otherwise you would have just had a bit of a. It would have looked like it would have. You would have had the view of. It would have been like I was holding a blender while the other hand holding a camera. Wouldn't have been. Wouldn't have been a very smooth experience, unfortunately. That was bad, man. Departing there. I'll do my best today to hang on in here. Hope you're all good and well. Goodness me, it is pretty brutal, man. Wow, it does take a lot out of you. Can wear you out. Just all you're doing is literally tensing and just keeping yourself, trying to keep still, and it is like a workout. Literally, your muscles will feel all like completely destroyed after a stream like this. It really is. And I don't know. There's an old saying. I mean, there's a film out there that I like. It's really good. I've seen it a load of times. Really like it, called The Wind. It's just called The Wind. It's set in America, about a couple that moved, and the story is how, literally, I'm just going to summarize it for you without ruining the story, but there is a saying that the wind can just make you go a little bit crazy, and there you go. So now you know why I am the way I am. But no, it can actually affect the human mind. It's like constantly, I mean, you know, when we go, I don't know, you go to like national parks and it's just like, oh wow, it's just silent, calm, and you hear the birds tweeting, or sometimes just complete nothing. And then when you get wind just howling past your ears and whispering and stuff, and it's like, oh man, yeah, it can take it out on you. See how long I can hang on in there for, but thanks again for tuning in. It's such a remarkable place and base. It literally is. Yeah, recommended film, by the way, that. Thanks a lot there, Commander Snowy 738. It is strong up here. I will be careful, of course. I do have I remember when I had the rough weather procedure thanks to the gentleman who gave me a club, a mint club. I do like mint clubs, so nice. I'll be having that with my tea. Yeah, rough weather procedure where literally, I mean, there has been times where I've had the camera on the ground. I've had literally just had the tripod. The camera and tripod all set up on the ground, and then just went up when I needed to. That I remember that I've done that a couple of times at where was it, at Waddington. That was brutal that day. I think the worst one was at RAF Valley, I think, and also Lossiemouth. Those two, where I literally tied everything down. And the incident of Valley was funny because that's where Ted's beret went all the way down the car park. I don't know how many meters it was. I'm just trying to actually think. I think it must have been about a good 10 to 15 meters. Just trying to visualize it. That is a world record of Chuck beret. Poor Ted. He just, you know, he likes to look smart with his beret. And, does his thing. But today, yeah, it's not good up here. It really isn't. But I'll do my best to hang on in there anyway. If you've got any questions, let me know about the station. AWCU doing their thing, and that's the thing. Birds can be hovering around for quite a bit unnecessarily. The AWCU just shot across the screen there. Again, same company, Phoenix, that do all the air bases in the country. I don't know about civilian. I don't know if they do civilian. I can't remember if they do civilian, but I know they do. Literally everywhere I go, it's always Phoenix. I'm actually really pulling it to see if it, you know, just in case I need to go, you know, for a tea or a battery swap. yeah, that's good. That's pretty secure for me. I just hope it just calms down a little bit, just a little bit, because it's not very enjoyable, really. Anyway, enough of that. Let's have a little look over here. Another question. I'll see if I can go and get me book. Whoa, where did you come? Oh, come on, what is that? Wow. I don't know, there could be a point where I might just call it a day, but I was going to show you things, but I can't see it from this angle. No, that's so I've just covered the shadow on my eyes so I can give you that got nose art, and yet it's looks like it's got some sort of nose art. Doesn't look like it's got a square D on it. That's a good one, isn't it? That's a nice one, isn't it? That's a nice one, that. I was hoping to show you, oh, this is really impossible, but anyway, I'll carry on. There's a wonderful book here. Let me just promote this book quickly, because there's a really cool info I'm going to show you. Something that, this book here, let me turn that around if I can. This book by Ken Delve and Mark Every, one of the few volumes of the RAF heraldry of RAF squadrons. This is volume 1. It goes through and tells you all about the details. My word. I'll see how long I can do today. Maybe I'll just stay till about 10 or 12, I don't know. I'll see what I can do. But anyway, I was going to show you something, because this, I don't even think I can even hold that book like that. Wow. It's a shame about that today. Yeah, what I was going to show you, on the KC-135, I don't even think I can even show you this, man. Let's see what we can do. You may notice this emblem here. Now, if you did a bit of Google research and found out, if you tried to find out what the station crest is for Mildenhall, it is this. Okay, with the exception now, they've painted it and put the King's Crown on there now. But if you, so I did some investigation and I wanted to find out what Lakenheath's station crest was, and it's the same as this one, with the exception of obviously having Lakenheath here. It's got the same motto in Latin, and this is what's called a close copy, as they put there. And what it is, it's the same station crest as Mildenhall, it has the same as Lakenheath, has the same as Hythe, Kirk Newton in Scotland, Greenham Common, Chessington, Alconbury, you know, I think Upper Hayford as well. They're all the same, and it's what's called a close copy. And this was done due to the fact that these stations were given were made part of Support Command, which was awarded in April of 1975, which today they still have the same. So that's their official station crest. They're all the same. So that's why they ended up having the same, with the exception, goodness me, of having the same badge, but with the exception of having their name. It's really hard to talk in this, man. I might just do I give up today? Do I give up? It's just annoying, man. Let's see if we've got any arrivals coming soon. Thank you. It's pretty bad today. Oh, thanks. Oh, that's kind of you. Thank you. Thank you. Zoom like that in this. Oh, hello. and I keep saying this, I'm telling you now, I have never known so much wind since I've noticed it. The last 2 years, I've never ever experienced, you know, on a daily basis, wind. Yeah, don't get me wrong, we get windy days, I get that. But this is just, I've never known it. You know, we get like a spell of like real windy days and then, you know, that's normal. But now it's like at least, there's going to be at least 2 or 3 times a week where the wind is like this now. This seems to be the norm. So we are officially now a windy country. A little bit of pull up from Lakenheath. There, howly howly. Got a wolfie here. Wolfie. We don't often get that many lorries going across here. I can get this. Oh. I didn't do a good job on that, but did my best on that. Well, 5 movements for today. 2 low approaches, F-15E Strike Eagles, and 2 KC-135s, and 1 C-130 in the morning. Now we've got some F-35s in the distance here, so we'll get what we can, right? Pulls up. Oh, hello. How are you? Okay? Hang on. It's a bit windy. How are you? Okay?
I've been messaging you on Instagram, Sarah. I'm the golfer.
Oh, hi. How you doing? All right. Oh, bless your heart. Oh, thank you. You said the golfer. Oh, yes. How are you? All right. Yes. I do. How are you? All right. Is this me? Yes. Oh, bless your heart. Thank you so much. love it. PGA.
Yeah?
As they're using the ILS for runway 5. So the ILS takes them right through across the start of runway 10, just intersect it a little bit. Go on, pull, 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 pull. Oh, hello there. Try it. I'll try. If I can't, there you go. I'll do my best to keep it zoomed in like this there now. Oh, what's going on there?
chance when it's that windy.
doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? I'm still here. I just had a quick break. Woo! Right, let's have a look at ADSB, see where we're going, see what's happening. Is that a C-130 coming back? I hope so. I could do with something coming back. Or is that? Or is my ADSB having a moment? No, ADSB's having a moment. There we go. On this absolutely windy day, man, still hanging in there. And big shout out to everyone here at Mildenhall, Team Mildenhall. How we doing? Hope we're all good and well. Not going to be able to give you as many diagrams and stuff. It was bad enough just trying to hold you a book to show you. Thought the book might be quite good because it was quite heavy, but near. I mean, listen to that. That's just ridiculous, man. I'm gutted. I can't really give you all the lovely history. I've got loads of aircraft up here, the heavier ones, but oh man, I'm absolutely gutted about that. Well, you never know, it might calm down a little bit. He says. Oh man, what a day. I've already had Ted's beret gown. We're doing, ladies, gents, steady bears. I hope we're all good, man. I'm still here, still going. Don't know about hanging on there for on the history bit. I'm just going to hang on. I'm like hugging the tripod at the moment, so I'll have to do. You'll have to enjoy my history this way. It's a little bit different, but welcome to this wonderful station, man. It's so vast. It is a very similar layout to. It does remind me of Lakenheath. It's very vast. And don't forget Lakenheath, Sculthorpe, and Marham. You know, those three are extremely vast, with the fact that they were chosen to become VHBs, very heavy bomber bases. But you'll be surprised that Mildenhall, plans to build Mildenhall began quite a long time. Even in the 20s they were planning to build it here, and in 1930 precisely construction began, with an earlier name. This was originally set to be called RAF Beck Row, and that was right up to 1933 when that changed, because I don't know what the reason was. Usually the reason is when there is a station that's quite similar in name, and not to be confused. I don't know, Beck Row, is there something that sounds quite similar to Beck Row? Let me know in the comments. Oh, we got a sales call. We got a sales call. Here we go. Sales call. Hello? 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 This is Jens from Germany. How may I help you? This is Jens. This is Jens from Germany. No, it's Jens from Germany. Yeah, Jens from Germany. I play Bundesliga. Yeah, Bundes. You know, the Klinsmann.
Okay, apologies.
Bye.
Nice to meet you. Bye.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. So yes, it was going to be called RAF Beck Row until 1934. On the year of its completion, they called it RAF Mildenhall. Now, Beck Row is literally in this direction, just behind the tower. You've got West Road to my right, and of course the town of Mildenhall in between the two. So, what we got here? Oh, engine run. It's alright, we've just got an engine run, that's all. So on the 16th of October 1934, RAF Mildenhall opened, and it was King George V who officially dedicated the base. And oh gosh, on the 19th of October, Wing Commander F.J. Linnell OBE assumes command. Now, 4 days after it opened was one of the most amazing things, which kind of gave, you could say, gave birth to the de Havilland Mosquito in some ways, because on the 20th of October 1934, so that's just 4 days after the station opened, there was something amazing that happened here, the Mac Robertson Air Race of the Royal Aero Club. And it was an air race, literally Mildenhall to Melbourne. There were no restrictions on the size, type of engine. The only restriction is the pilots that you had here taking off, that was it. So you could have more than one pilot, all right, because obviously it was a, Mildenhall to Melbourne. It's not exactly, a 2-hour trip down the road. But you couldn't switch pilot from what you had. That was it. Whatever you had here, those were the rules. You couldn't just suddenly go and pick up another pilot in I don't know, in Dubai or something. I don't know. But yes, so from DC2s to to other DH de Havilland Comets as well. There was another one as well. There was a variety. Even I think there was a ferry battle as well. Another ex-bombers and all this kind of stuff. Anyway, the winners were CWA Scott and Tom Campbell Black, who won in their DH-88 Comet named Grosvenor House. They did that in just 71 hours, and they took home of 1934's money, £10,000 prize money, which is amazing if you think about it. The reason why I mentioned the de Havilland Mosquito is the fact that this DH-88, powered by the de Havilland Gypsy engine, was actually all made out of wood. And the thing is, this was the kind of evolution to the Mosquito in some ways, but also Geoffrey de Havilland's argument to say, look, proven. But anyway, that's another story. So on the 15th of November 1934, so a month after the station opened, 99 Squadron were the first to become an operational unit here. Now 99 Squadron today, they fly the C-17 at Brize Norton. But here, which I'd love to show you but I can't, and even if I had a model of it, it'll probably fall apart, was a Handley Page Hayford bomber. Wingspan of 75 feet, length of 58 feet, and it was powered by two of the Rolls-Royce Kestra engines at the time, those ones rated at 525 horsepower. Now, at a max speed of 142 with the 2,500 pound of payload, and this was a huge biplane. I'd love to show you the picture, but I can't. It's probably going to literally leave the building. So 1935, forming from the B flight of 99 Squadron, a second squadron formed, number 38 Squadron. Then a year later, 1936, two things happened. First of all, Bomber Command formed. That's right, 1936. And of course it gave way to the B12/36 Air Ministry specification, Bomber Command wanting something beautiful. Their first ever 4-engine heavy bomber specification, which ended up becoming in 1940 the Short Stirling. But anyway, we'll talk about that another day, not now. Just hanging on for dear life. Also, not far from here, about 10 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying, another station was built nearby. In fact, there's quite a few. There's Tuddenham as well nearby here. There was RAF Feltwell. Yes, Feltwell, which exists today. It doesn't have an operational runway or anything, but it is used part of the 48th Fighter Wings Intelligence area. But it was there, and it became it opened with its first squadrons in 1937. It was the Handley Page Hendon, and interestingly the Hendon was here as well. The Hendon was a night bomber which operated here and at Feltwell. By the end of 1937, 149 Squadron arrived with their new aircraft. In 1938, all of them converted to the Vickers Wellington bomber. So by the end December of 1937, 149 arrived here, and then in 1938 we say hello to the Vickers Wellington bomber. I will try and show you it. Hang on. It's gonna have to be quick. Oh my word. I'll try and be quick on this one. There it is. The Vickers Wellington bomber. And you know, an icon for here. It really is an icon in this whole region. You know, you go to Ely Cathedral. You know, this was its first home, 99 Squadron, the first to operate this. You go to Ely Cathedral, you look at some of the even here at Mildenhall, if you're fortunate enough to go in the chapel, this is in the stained glass windows. Ely Cathedral, all 4 sections depicting RAF Bomber Command and the Wellington bomber. There are lots of little villages around here and towns that have the Wellington bomber painted on there. A twin engine bomber. It came out as the same specification as the Handley Page Hampden, because B932, the Air Ministry specification, actually gave the contract to 2 companies, which was Vickers and Handley Page. This one could take 450 pound of payload. It started off, both of them, the Hampden and the Wellington, with the 1,000 horsepower engines, the Bristol Pegasus. But of course, the Hercules developed to a Mark II with the Merlin, but then the Mark III onwards, they worked out that the Bristol Hercules engines with 1,500 horsepower was excellent. And this was the most produced RAF bomber of the Second World War, 11,461, with made in 16 different variants. This was also a record breaker. They assembled one of these and flew it in 24 hours. I mean, that is impressive. Amazing story. That is absolutely amazing. They were making these at a rate of 28 a week. That's impressive. Really is. And it had a good range. It had over 2,200 miles range, I think it did. Good surface ceiling eventually at 20,000, speeds around 250. And again, all these specifications are all different when you come across them, because there were different variations. But anyway, had £4,500 of payload, £500 more than the Hampden, and this was here. So there we go. That's our Wellington bomber there. Just really quickly, I'd love to go into more detail, but oh my word, it is. I'm really struggling up here, but it's not too. There are moments I'm all right. But anyway. So 99 Squadron converted to the Vickers Wellington, and so did 149 that arrived here and started to operate it. Now, on the eve of the Second World War, when Britain declared war, just a few hours on the 3rd of September 1939, 6 hours after the declaration of war, 3 Wellingtons of 149 Squadron took off for a raid to bomb the German battleships in Kiel. Now, in 1940, early 1940, it was the rise of the decoy airfields, and Mildenhall was to have a decoy airfield. If you don't know what that is, tune in to our Lakenheath streams. I'll give you in depth. A decoy airfield is literally a fake airfield, and what they made a fake Mildenhall, which was just to the south of Brandon, and literally at Lakenheath, where Lakenheath airfield is, just up the road, I think it is, just towards Brandon. And yes, it saved Mildenhall 5 times. You can have all the anti-aircraft fire that you can and all these measures, but deception is the best form of defence. And Lakenheath decoy airfield, that is, was attacked 5 times, so that saved Mildenhall on those occasions. Goodness me. 1941, Lakenheath was constructed and built, and it was eventually decided to have a satellite station, and that's what the purpose of Lakenheath was. There was also Tuddenham and Newmarket Heath were the 3 satellite stations to Mildenhall. God, can you hear that, man? So, November 1941, 149 Squadron transitioned to the short Stirling bomber. I'll show you that on another day. It's really uncomfortable up here, it really is. So they converted to the first ever 4-engine monoplane heavy bomber. It was indeed going to be Supermarine. It was actually Supermarine that were given the contract to have a 4-engine bomber. It was claimed to have all sorts of speeds, over, I think, about 14,000 pound of payload, could do in excess of 300 miles per hour. It looked like a B-17, however, the 2 prototypes were actually destroyed in a raid, and sadly RJ Mitchell passed away, so the backup contractor was actually the Short brothers, and they were given the go-ahead to produce the short Stirling bomber. So that was the RAF's first ever 4-engine heavy bomber, was indeed the Stirling, come out in mid 1940, July 1940. There we go. 419 Squadron, Royal Canadian Air Force, activated here at Mildenhall on the 15th of December 1941. On the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons took off with 419 and 17 of 149. They took part in the 1,000 bomber raid. It was a total of 1,047 in total, and 599 of those were Wellingtons. In fact, again, just like Lakenheath, been doing a lot of history, and I noticed 149 Squadron again took part in many raids here and lost a lot of Wellingtons here and a lot of men to go with it. 1942 75 Squadron replaced 419 and 115 Squadron arrived. I know. How cool is that? 115 from Marham. Hey! April 1943, 15 Squadron arrived in the Horsa gliders as well, and they needed the storage by 25 glider maintenance squadron. They departed eventually for the Mediterranean theatre in March of 1944. Now, in August 1943, to be exact, the 10th of August, 622 Bomber Squadron activated from Sea Flight of 15 Squadron, and in November 1943, Lancaster bombers arrived here, and also there was Halifaxes as well here, I believe. And on the 22nd of March 1944, both Lancasters and Halifaxes took off for a raid on Big B. Yes, Berlin. I know. 800 bombers and Lakenheath's, Mildenhall's Halifaxes and Lancasters took off. They also took part in D-Day. 35 Lancasters of 15 Squadron and 622 Squadron hit and raided the Atlantic Wall, and they carried out more raids the following day as well. December 1945, after the war, B-17s arrived along with the Lincoln, the Avro Lincoln bomber. The B-17s were on temporary deployment, and it was finally decided to close the runways to have them upgraded. They closed between 1947 and 1948 to have the upgrades. I'm still going, still hanging in there. I mean, can you hear that? It is just savage up here. Okay, that wasn't good. How dare you destroy my Wellington? I've just noticed this KC-135 over it. So this, when you get KC-135s over here, they're visiting ones. So is this the French one that? Sorry, not the French one. No. It'll be from another airbase. But then saying that, there was another one to the right actually. I don't know, that wind is just making me go a bit doolally, isn't it? Woo! I haven't finished the history yet. That's taken it right up to 1948. So that's covered our Second World War history. So I hope you enjoyed that. It's as best as I can do for now until we come across Right, let's carry on with the history then. So, hope you're enjoying it so far. What's this? Hang on a minute. That's fine. Oh dear. Everything is literally flying off the van. So where were we? Well, 1948. Right, let me try and think of some history. So 1948, actually. So for RAF Lakenheath, I'm just trying to. This is all off the top of my head. I never rehearsed any of this. 1948 then, and it was during that same time, late 1945 to late 1947, when Lakenheath opened. Actually, in 1948, that assumed. That switched over, that changed to the United States Air Force use. Mildenhall had a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force use, because of course I haven't actually told you when it became United States Air Force yet, because it wasn't quite. Because it wasn't like RAF Lakenheath where it just switched in 1948. So Lakenheath from 1941 to 1948 was Royal Air Force Station, okay, as in it was used. It will still hold the name, just like RAF Mildenhall. It's used by the United States Air Force solely, but it's still owned. So you'll still have a Royal Air Force commander here, and also of course, a United States Air Force commander as well. So, of course, 1948, when the runways were extended, and the reason why they did that is because they were expecting heavy duty aircraft, which indeed the initial Strategic Air Command unit to use Mildenhall was the 7511th Air Base Group, which later became the 3910th Air Base Group. Now, they activated on July 1950, but it was a shared usage by both Royal Air Force and the United States Air Force, but that took it until when it became a sole operator by the United States Air Force until 1959. Okay, so 1934 to 1950 was Royal Air Force use, and then 1950 to 1959 was a joint venture, and then from 1959 it was solely used by the United States Air Force. I hope that makes sense. So aircraft that we would have seen here, first of all, was the Boeing 50D Super Fortress that was here. I'll have to get you one of them. It was the second bomb wing that arrived here as well. You also had the 22nd, the 93rd and the 509th bombardment wings operating the B-50s. Also along to assist were the KB-29Ps as well. Again, these were on rotational temporary deployment. The KC-97 Stratofreighters were also used here. Also B-47 Stratojets also were being supported by the KC-97s as well. They were at Brize Norton and Fairford as well. So the WB-50Ds were also operating here with the 58th Weather Squadrons. You even had the MC-135J Silk Purse, an absolutely beautiful aircraft, an absolutely staggeringly beautiful aircraft, which is the Silk Purse, the 120th Airborne Command and Control Squadron. They arrived here in 1965. I think they came from Évreux-Faville Air Base in France. And then literally for the next few years, if we go right up to the 70s, things really changed. I think for me, looking at all the history, it sounds for me like when the arrival came of the SR-71, this really put Mildenhall into the light of the world of like real like iconic aircraft, a bit like the Vulcan in some ways. The 306 Strategic Wing and the 9th Reconnaissance, the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wings Detachment 4 in the 70s, and then the 80s. SR-71s were here until, what was it, 18th of Jan 1990, but they made a right landmark here. They really put Mildenhall on the map with the SR-71s, you know. I believe they broke a few records as well, not the ones that you put on, not the ones on vinyl, right? Yeah, amazing. Amazing history. I think they did some amazing flights, those SR-71s, when they were coming over here. They really did. But I think the first visit of things to come happened in September 1974. Now, the SR-71 between New York and London took only 1 hour and 55 minutes. Can you imagine that? You won't even get time to open up your peanuts and have, you know, a Bloody Mary. Do you know what I mean? You won't even have time to do that. By the time you took off, you'd have to put that Worcester sauce down, innit? 1 hour and 55 minutes. I mean, it covered a total of just over 3,479 miles, and it achieved a new record. It flew more than 3 times the speed of sound, and on the 13th of September 1974, the SR-71 departed Mildenhall for a record-setting flight to LA, California. And the trip took 3 hours and 47 minutes, and that covered 5,446.86 miles. And then within 5 years, both SR-71 and U-2s were also here as well. And in the 1976, the European Tanker Task Force mission operated by the 306th Strategic Wing began. April the 1st, 1978, I think there was a return of the SR-71 here as well. And then, like I said, I mentioned Detachment 4, which was the result of the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing. That moved to Mildenhall to oversee temporary duty deployments of the U-2 and SR-71. And then until January the 18th, 1990, it was a goodbye. And that literally, like I said, that literally put the focus here. And then, of course, the new era, you know, a new era for Mildenhall, and it was indeed February the 1st, 1992, when that took place. It was the 100th Air Refeuling Wing that activated. It replaced the 513th Airborne Command and Control Wing, and redesignated on the 18th of June 1987 with a different mission. And of course, they brought with them their KC-135s. The rest is almost history. Did have in 2007 we had the 501st Combat Support Wing, the 352nd Special Ops Group, redesignated as the 352nd Special Operations Wing. They were also here as well. Goodness me. They left, I believe I'm pretty sure they may have come here in 1993. I always remember a year after, I think. But I think they were operating what was it, what was that C-130? I forgot the name of it. It had a different name. I'm trying to remember the name of this C-130. There's so many. What was it, a C-130E or something that they were operating? But anyway. Oh, that wind is really taking out on me. Right, let's have a look. Let's check ADSP, see if we've got anything for you. That might be it, the EC-135. Be nice to get an arrival soon now. But do you know what? I'm so happy I've come back here. It's so much to talk about. There's so much going on. It's just a wonderful station with so much history. that's the one. Thanks, Perry. Combat Talon, that's the one. Thanks a lot there. Hey, Marshy, thank you for that. All the updates. Thank you for letting me know things are heading back. Looks like Nacho 92 is heading back now. So for those that don't know, the Detachment 4, part of the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing, formed here at Mildenhall during the March 1979. It was, for those that don't know what that means, or DET 4, well, the unit became responsible for the U-2 operations, as well as the SR-71 as well. The SR-71 reconnaissance operations at Mildenhall, as a timescale, took place between April 76 right until January 18th, 1990. It did become a permanent detachment with 2 aircraft assigned. The United Kingdom given that I remember it was Margaret Thatcher, I believe, that gave that authorization. But I have a beautiful model 74, but it would not survive up here. Sadly, it would not survive. So on a less windier day, I'll give you my first ever talk about the SR-71 that I know, and of course there are a lot of you that know a lot about it, more than me, so fair play, but I'll do my best. Of course, I like to research aircraft. It'll be my first time giving you a little talk about the SR-71 in the way I do things, so that would be quite nice to you know, quite a refreshing thing to do, to learn about a new aircraft. Won't be too long till we get our first arrival. They do have the best cars here at Mildenhall. I forgot how nice the cars are here. There's some beautiful cars. Morning all, Mark Moody, how you doing? Davey, Ethan Woodhall, Dr. Soda, AD Causa, how you doing? Hank Verhule, Ethan, Chris Blossom, Steve Griffiths, how you all doing? Aspen, Mayhem Marshy, how you all doing? Hope you're well. JPG Aviation, El Toro. There is actually an engine run going on, but that is just constant wind, man. That is the way it is here in the UK these days. Just constantly windy. I've got is 74 Ichiban, the one buried in at the Mariana Trench. I've got that one. That's the one I have for me to show you. It's interesting. Do you know the way I found out about that one that was buried down at the Mariana Trench is because I was listening to a podcast about the Mariana Trench, about divers going down there and the obstacles they face, all these cables down there sometimes. And that's what brought it up. They said, yeah, they were talking about the SR-71 that was buried there. I was like, what? And yeah, it had an engine malfunction. I think it was going Mach 3. I don't know all of it. I literally just came across it. And then I realised the serial ends with 74. And I actually have that one as a model. So that's quite an interesting one to kind of bring that back to life in some ways. But it was deliberately buried there because there was nowhere else to hide it, really. And Mariana Trench in depth, if you were to put Mount Everest down there, it still wouldn't be enough. It's deeper than that, so to speak. I know, interesting, right? Oi, oi, Christopher, Neil, how you doing? Paul Electronics, how's it going as well? Hope we're all good. AD, how you doing, man? Hope you're good, mate. I don't know how I'm going to film this arrival. Goodness me, I'll do my best. I'll work it out. I'll work it out. God, that just got even worse. Yeah, Mildenhall does have generally a wide variety of aircraft, such as these are stationed here: CV-22 Osprey, MC-130J Commando 2, C-146 Wolfhound, the KC-135s, and I say temporary, but they've been here for a while, are the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron's selection of RJs of the 55th Wing from Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska. So for those wondering about you know where the bus is, you know, that play bus that was parked up, that's now completely out of bounds now. It's been shut off now. I don't know what they're doing. It looks like they're building some sort of, don't know, are they building a campsite there? It looks like it. I have no idea. Something's going on there. There's all sorts of stuff there. Come on, man. Yeah, I think I might have to just catch this landing and then just call it a day. It is absolutely ridiculous up here. Somehow work this out. I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I'll do my best. I have no idea how I'm going to even get this. I'll work it out. Let me prepare. Feels like I've done an absolute workout. Goodness me. I mean, that wind is going to be blowing. Right, yeah, okay. I'm going to put my foot in this gauge. should there's the so there's the localizer for runway 28, keeping things sweet in the middle of the centre line. Thank you. Looks like we've got another KC-135 pinging as well. That's cool. Maybe I might stay on a little bit longer. Wish I was taller. Right, as soon as I got eyeball, I'll see it now. I think I can do this. Oh my word, here we go. Where are we? I did see it. Beautiful. I mean, in conditions like this, you are talking about the best military pilots going. In these conditions, it's just ridiculous, and that was smooth. A salmon pate, that one. A little sprinkling of gold dust. Beautiful. Great landing. Superb. Made it look easy. No, probably wasn't, right? A startup just then. ladies, gents, teddy bears, hope we're all good. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, a USAFE station and an AFSOC station. That's
Metro 94 is on the ground at 10:33.
That's Air Force Special Operations Command. We do have another KC-135 and a couple of these just flying on the overhead here using the ILS 05 for Lakenheath. Let's see if I can do my worst. Let's have a look. Goodness me. Nearly got that. This is going to hammer it over that tree. Watch this. Low approach. Maybe we can use that pole as some sort of marker. Look. Go on. Oh, look at this. Another low approach. Let's have a look. Steady Bears, Bobby, welcome to the show. Mayhem, Marshy, Davey, Margot, Not Captain, Weber, EP65, Alan Q, Remco, DeVray, LEJ, Approach, Links Raid, how you doing? Links Rain, Bird, what up? Alan Q, Tosh, Davey. What's going on? Terry Murphy, and a thank you to Sarah from the golfer, for the coffee and the sausage roll there. Thank you very much for that. That was very, very, I'll tell you what, that coffee, I don't know what it was amazing. It was certainly a delightful coffee. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super Guards March. Links Rainbird, high five, and a Guards March for you. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Ted, watch out for that beret, mate. Goodness me. David Duff, thank you very much for the super. Lovely day for the street. So, K Duff, thank you very much for the super Guards March. It might be quiet, what a lovely day. It is a lovely day, and it's packed with so much history. Normally I'll give you in-depth diagrams and everything else that goes with it, but it's hard enough just trying to hold a really heavy book. Ginger Bailey, Guards March, thank you very much for the super. Hope to see you Friday. Doug Ross, high five, Guards March, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Guards March to you. Thank you very much. Doug Ross, congratulations as well. For 26 months of membership. Thanks all from the PPCLI vet. Oh wow, cool. Looking after all the animals, I think. Oh, sorry. Oh, Doug Ross, please accept my apologies. I read that completely wrong. I shall start again. Doug Ross, thank you very much for your 26 months of membership. Thanks all from a PPCLI veteran. Right, gotcha. Sorry, oh dear, sorry. And Guards March to all our veterans, actually. Guards March. Oi, oi. Margot, thank you very much for the super. A Guards March to you. Marvin McMinn, Guards March. Do you know what? I just had this idea, right? The Guards March to all the vets out there who look after all the animals. There you go. We'll do that as well. K Duff, congratulations on 32 months membership. TCS, Margot B, oi oi, and an oi oi to you. Babzar, high five and a paw pump. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. A Guards March to you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel like you do. Paul Watts, who's a Fighter Squadron member, celebrating 4 months today. Mark Moody, high five and a paw pump. Thank you as well for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March. Dell, welcome. Dell, high five, Guards March. That's Dell I2M. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Also got Lindsay M. High five, thanks a lot, Lindsay. Guards March to you. Thank you for joining our Ted Coningsby Squadron as well. Also, Iono Gordon, thank you very much for your 18 months membership as well, man. Tell you what, I don't know if I've got it here. I don't know if it's in this book. Might be able to show you. Hang on, is it in this one? I think, oh yeah, here it is. Oh my gosh, I got it. Check this out, man. I'm gonna show you this, right? I'm gonna show you a then and now, right now on the stream. How cool is this? I'll show you the book in a moment. Right, so there are original World War II buildings, if you're for those that love our history. And check this out, a before and after. Are you ready for this? So these two sort of triangular roofed hangars. Watch this. Mildenhall in 19. We're going back early 1940. You ready for this? Right, watch this. I'm not in the same spot, like the same angle as the photo, but this is the same angle, same buildings. You ready? Watch this. Look at that. Look at that. That's Mildenhall right there. 149 Squadron Wellingtons. How? I mean, that is just wicked, isn't it? Look at this. I'll do that again for you. That was kind of cool. We got a then. So the CV-22s are where those men are. You ready? How good is that? To even be able to do that. Sorry, one more time, because I'm really loving that. But, you know, I know I'm not in. I'll tell you what, I'd love to stand here where this photo was. I have actually done that, but I have actually stood there. But obviously I would love to show you it live, but I can't. How good is that, right? Isn't that just amazing? This book is really nice as well. This is the British Airfields of the Second World War by Stuart Hadaway. Look at this. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I hope you enjoyed that. That was pretty cool. That is cool. Yep, it is the same building, mate. It is an original World War II building. Brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely magnificent. When I was told that, when I had my little tour with the running man here showing me, and I was like, oh my god, I've actually got a photo of this. we've got a reach call sign as well coming. don't know how this is going to work out with the wind, but I'll do my best for those asking about the square D. So the square D, again, like RAF markings. I mean, I've shown you the roundel history before. I've spoken about how squadron markings were actually just written as numbers on the side of aircraft. I've written about, I've spoken about and written about in my own projects and stuff, writing about markings and things. And the 8th Air Force had their own marking system. I don't even know if this is going to work out very well, but I'll see what I can do. Maybe if I turn the camera. God, that hurts a little bit. Let me see if I can show you that. Right, so the 8th Air Force, okay, the mighty 8th, they had a special marking system because they found it very, very useful. This is just for the United States Army Air Force's mighty 8th. The 8th, what happened there? Sorry, that was me. I just, nothing happened wrong now. I just turned the aperture. Hang on a minute, let me turn that round. Sorry, it wasn't a cable or anything. I was trying to darken the picture a little bit. I obviously over darkened it to a point where I closed it. Here we go. So the 8th Air Force, they had a complete structure, okay, because they found it useful with their B-17s, their B-24s, and even their fighter aircraft. It was really, really important to have them marked and to get into formation, because formation for bomber aircraft is key. So the square D that we have on the tower over there and on the KC-135s, it was to do with the 100th Bomb Group, who were part of the 8th Air Force. Now, why a square, or why do some of them have triangles? Well, let's dive deep into how. So what it is, the structure was, you have an Air Force, you have an air division, you have a wing, and then in those wings you have groups, and in those groups you have squadrons, okay? This was for all the Air Force, okay? And you had different numbers, the 8th Air Force, the 1st Air Force, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 15th, there was even the 12th Air Force, and of course 48 Fighter Group were part of the 9th Air Force, but they had their own markings. This is for the 8th Air Force, okay? So, in the 8th Air Force, they had shapes to denominate which division they were. The triangle told you that they were part of the 1st Air Division. This is for the bombers. The circle, part of the 2nd Air Division. The square, part of the 3rd Air Division. So now you know that the 100th Bomb Group were part of the 3rd Air Division, because it was a square. If it was a triangle, it would be the 1st. If it was a circle, it would be the 2nd. Usually the circles were on the B-24 Liberators, okay? There was other structures which I've spoken about in the past. The fighter groups had 3 squadrons. There was, I spoke about the round door, I'll give you all that. But let's have a little bit of a deep dive. I've thrown these at random, okay? The triangle K was the 379th Bomb Group, the square D, the 100th Bomb Group, and then the circle Z was the 491st. Now here's a cool thing you may not know. Each division, okay, so 1, 2 and 3, each division had their own fighter wing attached to it. The 1st Air Division, the 67th, the 2nd, the 65th, and the 3rd Air Division, so the 100th Bomb Group, that fell into that, were looked after by the 66th Fighter Wing. The 66th Fighter Wing had their own groups. Look at this, 55, 78, 339, 353rd and the 357th Fighter Group. And each of those had 3 fighter squadrons. Okay, so that's who looked after them. Shall we have a little bit more of a deeper dive? I've took the liberty of showing you the 1st Air Division. And don't forget, these were groups, okay, and then they had wings, okay, which we still do. So, the 384th Draft and Underwood that I've covered before, the Triangle P, they were under the 41st Bomb Wing, alright? So, they were looked after there. Sorry. Okay, so where are we now? Let me just show you something else as well. Let's show you I've done the 2nd Air Division of the 8th Air Force. Goodness me. So you can see there, if you go to Ethel, there you go, look at that, B-24 tail, Circle H. They were looked after by the 65th Fighter Wing, right? Look at that. Check it out. I can hear engine spooling actually. Can you hear that? There we go. So that's all the bomb groups there under each wing. And then if we turn that round, I've done them all a bit. Goodness me. Do you see what I mean? It's not the easiest today, man. There they are again. There they are. 2nd Air Division. And I'll show you all the squares. Hang on. There's all our squares. Here we go. So the 8th Air Force. So The 100th Bomb Group, here they are, they were under the 13th Bomb Wing. Okay, so they weren't a wing in the Second World War. You've got to remember that. They were a group. There they are, the 100th. And I've done this little bit here. And they did have squadron markings as well. So each squadron had their own markings. Okay, so the 351st actually had Echo Papa. Pretty cool, huh? Just to break it down. EP, and you also got the ship. Each ship, A to Z. Blah, blah, blah. There you go. I hope you enjoyed that. Thank you very much. And that'll do, because it's trying to hold this. It's just completely twisted my wrist there. But when they came back, you know, in 1992 to England, the 100 were given the opportunity to fly operationally their Square D. They were called the bloody 100th because the amount, it wasn't, they didn't lose the most, okay? It was the amount they lost at any one mission. The Munster raid, 13 went out, one came back, and even that only had 2 engines. The first ever mission for the 100th. You know, they lost 3 B-17s on their first mission. They lost 229 B-17s, the 100th Bomb Group. 229. That is ridiculous. It's you know, and you've got to remember there's 10 in each one. You know, I'm not saying, you know, some were bailed out. Someone gave me a really good description of what it was like to be flying as a B-17 pilot. The pilot flew, and you've also got the lead pilot, the lead bombardier, the lead bomber, the bomb aimer, the leader. You know, they set the standards. They'd set the target. They'd set it all up. And I had I was listening to a B-17 pilot giving a description of what it looked like. B-17s falling from the skies, men in parachutes bailing out, 109s colliding with other aircraft, B-17s been destroyed, falling onto other B-17s, flak, smoke, bits of aircraft, debris, flashes of explosion. And they did that again and again and again. And if you survived that mission, that meant your chances of survival for the next one was even slimmer. And if you survived that again, you got to remember the odds. Remarkable men. Not far now for our KC-135. Not far to go. You know, even tactics were even thought about from both parts. I mean, I've showed you, you know, what that would be like in combat zones. You know, I've showed you the tactics that they were thinking about, even on both parts, because, you know, the fort, heavily armed, you know, even the Luftwaffe thought, hang on a minute, how do we go near this thing? And the worst place to attack a formation of B-17s was from the rear. You got to multiply the amount of guns. Even the radio operator would use the get this be. You know, that description of what the pilot was describing during the Second World War reminded me of my picture. You know, the closing speed of 2 aircraft. You see it in movies. It doesn't justify it at all, but you know, they got to come up with a movie of some sort. But the 109 pilots knew the worst place to attack a formation and break a formation of B-17s would be from the rear. Wow. And you know, attacking it from the front had its own perils. If the B-17 was going 180 miles per hour and the 109 was 270 miles per hour, that's a closing speed of 450 miles per hour, which means in a mile apart, in 8 seconds they would collide. For those that do kilometers, just under 5 seconds they'd collide. Now, one problem, this means we'll round that off to 200 meters per second, shall we? The cannon on the 109 was accurate to 200 meters, which meant they had 1 second to fire, but then in that second they'd collide. So what they did, they adjusted the cannons to 400 meters accuracy, which means when it was 2 seconds to go at 400 meters away, fire for 1 second or less, and then get out of there, either by doing a split S, you know, things like this. And you know, some remarkable tactics I've been, you know, finding out that what they did was remarkable, even down to bombing. You see, it was Colonel Curtis E. LeMay of the 305th Bomb Group. He was the commanding officer. Now, flak was an absolute enemy of anyone, that 88 millimeter cannon fire, and he was saying that, lads, we can't fly zigzags. If you fly zigzags, you know, measure the string. If this was a string, measure how long. And his argument was, you are exposed into fire a lot longer. You are better off just going in a straight line. It was natural for a pilot to try to avoid the flak and danger. But what Curtis E. LeMay said, that you are now exposing yourself into a lot more area of fire. Just fly in a straight line and hope for the best. And this way you maintained accuracy with your bombing, because if you did that, your accuracy for bombing would be way out. Then they realized on the bombing run to have the sun behind you, so that enemy anti-aircraft fire will be aiming into the sun, making it harder for the enemy to get you. That's not to say it was completely foolproof and safe, but it was one way, and it was some interesting tactics that I've been learning about and looking at. Is just fascinating. We do have a KC-135 nearby. Looks like this one's got a bit of eyeliner, this one. KC-135 coming in. Good, thank you. So we've got another KC-135 on its way. It's not far to go. I mean, I have my B-17 model here to show you. Beautiful, an absolute beautiful, very different, you know, I mean, this would have been similar to the Supermarine 317 that didn't come out. It was very similar to this in design, but absolutely amazing. If you've not been in a B-17, then do so, because it was I've been in one and it's just wow, it is absolutely spectacular. I loved it, but your brain starts to travel and thinking about the men that were in there. So yeah, you would have had your bomb group details here, the squadron, and then the flight itself, the actual ship. Beautiful, beautiful. Again, an icon, just like the B-24 and B-25, to be honest. But these are up there. But let's not take it away from the others as well. I know, you know, just magnificent, amazing. Right, just waiting for our you right? Okay. I got it. I'll just wait for it to go a little bit more to my left. It's a bit too windy for me to get you the still shots. Do the same, head as far as Soham and then turned right over Ely. I can actually hear an engine spooling somewhere, I think. It's hard to tell with that wind just sort of. The wind is just setting off car alarms, man. Yeah, I'll wait for it to turn in on long final. Oh, just trying to turn my body this way is really hard work. Just give me a second, I'll keep track on it. So almost on long final right now. Here we go as it turns. Level heading 100 degrees. How do I know it's 100 degrees? Well, it's runway 10, so it's going to be about 100 degrees. Although don't get it wrong by a degree, because that'll take you out. As soon as I've got eyeball, I'll okay, so we're going to have that alarm going off. flexing the old biceps there, those brakes, look at them. Well, it's been a brilliant day here, really good, really enjoyed it, love the heavies. There is something running, and I'm not sure if it's going out or not, but we'll give it another 10 minutes. I mean, I've hung on here for a few hours. I'm sure 10 minutes isn't really going to do anything other than give me a Rick Astley hairstyle, or actually George Michael, the way this is from Wham. But the current status of my hair, because I haven't been on today, so I've just been hanging on for dear life. It's just been ridiculous. Yeah, you know how it is. Oh, goodness me. Oh, is this it? Here she is. KC-135. I think this is it. I think. It's got a quid call sign, so unless that's the Ohio one. Is that the one that just come in? Right, this will be our last movement of the day. Oh no, this is, no, sorry, my bad. This is the Ohio one, isn't it? It's got the eyeliner on there. And the fact that it's got, oh, hi. Oh. This will probably cross the runway actually, won't it? Hello, there's a ladder there that just... Do you see that ladder levitating across the screen? That wind seriously has got to go, isn't it? Oh man. I don't think I've ever sneezed this much on a stream in my life, I don't think. Right, well, that's us done then, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It sounds like they're going to be doing some maintenance work on the cables over there, look, as you can see. So that will mean ops potentially, I don't know how long, could be a 10-minute job, who knows, I don't know, but certainly won't get anything in the next 10 now, as they're going to be working on the on that. But like I said, I don't work here, so I'll leave them to it. Could take 10 minutes, half an hour, 40, who knows, but there we go. Quid was going to leave, but I think they need to do the work on the cables. I think the less it's going to go. I don't know what the parking is going on with that KC-135. It looks like it's blocked the taxi boat a little bit. Anyway, good fun. Right, I think that's us done then, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Yeah, look, that's us done. Right, just gonna check for. Well, I've managed to hang on. For as long as possible. And if you haven't done so already, do hit the like button. Let's get this one last boost in there before we finish up for the day. That's us done for the day. I mean, it is Oh yeah. Oh, I'm gutted. I haven't given you all the bits and pieces that I wanted to show you. I wanted to cover the Lancaster, the Sterling, which I've got ready, but luckily they're quite heavy aircraft. So before I go, just quickly from myself and Ted, we'll be back tomorrow for another show. Not here, but somewhere. And of course, we've got a Friday show as well. If you're new to the channel, welcome. This is military aviation at its finest. This is what they do. They train hard, train well, all over the country, wherever possible, wherever cleared to do so. So, Team Mildenhall, thank you very much for what you do. Thank you very much. And also all our members and viewers, fans, thank you so much for tuning in today. A big salute to all of you. And I hope you've enjoyed it. And it's been so good to come back. I've missed it. It's got its own feel. It's so good here. So, my name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator with George Michael haircut, or a bit of Peter Andre going on here. And this is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here. Back once again, finally, RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, or wish you well, and try not to get blown about today. See you later. See you. Woo! Goodness me. Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Brize Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.